father wasn't faithful. He was a man of faith, but hardly practiced what he preached. One night, he came home late from work, smelling like another poor sucker of a woman's perfume. Then he had the nerve to lay his hands on my mom when she mentioned the pungent aroma that he'd brought in. He popped her in the eye, and it swelled up real fast. I ran at him, swinging with everything I had, trying to stop him from going after my mom, but he was a behemoth compared to my small stature at the time. Before I can get in striking distance, he turns and punches me in the stomach, instantly knocking the wind out of my entire body, crumbling me to the floor. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. My mom ran into the bedroom and got his hunting rifle from the closet. She didn't know a lot about guns, but knew enough to aim and shoot one. My mom also didn't have to worry about aiming it all that much, seeing as she fired from a near point-blank range, lining the barrel up right under the back snaps of his hat before pulling the trigger. Recoil kicked the rifle up and out of her hands, bouncing off the ceiling at the exact same time his hat did. We left his body in the living room until the next day. Early in the afternoon, my mom thinks, his work will be suspicious if he no-call no-shows. She calls his boss, fabricating a lie about a foodborne illness that her husband's come down with, explaining this is why he's been unaccounted for. His boss tells her that Jeremy, my dad, was let go back in August. They hang up, and I can't help but to question my mom about her poor choice in men. Jeremy was never a good father or husband, but for some reason, my mom had built a life and a family with this man over 10 years ago, before that night. Years of abuse, physical and mental, walking on eggshells every night, in fear something we'd do would set him off. We both felt a sense of morbid relief when the rifle's boom silenced his degrading tirade. My mom took the whole next day digging a hole in the outskirts of our property. It's where she buried my dad. I stayed at my grandma's house while she deep cleaned the living room and every item of clothing we wore that night. Jeremy's car was pushed deep into the lake off the interstate. My mom then walked the 12 miles back home in the dark. But even in death, his torment persisted. My mom would see his shadow standing in doorways or walking from room to room. I remember one morning when I walked into her room, she was sitting on the edge of her bed, staring at the door. Quickly, she asked me if I was just in her room, but I wasn't. Before walking in, I'd been in my room, sleeping. Sometimes, she would wake up screaming, even crying out, usually something like no or stop. Often, loud enough to wake me up 2 doors down. I couldn't believe that it was possible to be tormented even after death. You think the worst is over, that the bad is gone, until it's sharing some sort of realm with you, still. From time to time, I'd catch him in the corner of my eye, always with more detail than I would like. I'd spot his red flannel standing out against the other more gray spatial colors. Of course, it was his red flannel, accompanied by a radiating dark feeling of dread, walking on eggshells. Only I knew now that it was only a feeling. I hated it. I resented it. I resented the whole house, probably, my life in general, but I was too young to understand that. I would usually ignore him entirely. I wouldn't try to make eye contact or engage. I only talked to him once. I knew he'd been scaring my cat, Smithers. He liked to sleep between my mom's room and my room, which is why we keep the doors open. At night, my dad, he'd close the door, and he'd stand in my mom's doorway, a towering dark figure in the night. Smithers, horrified. For several days, I found him sleeping in the bathtub in the bathroom next to my room. So, I'd been really actually pissed off. Laying in bed, I shouted, not caring if my mom heard me or not. I yelled that I hated him, to leave me the fuck alone. I told him to stop scaring my cat, that he was a dead guy. He needed to move on. After that outburst, I felt pretty good. I was young, but proud of myself for swearing, for standing up to the guy, even if he was dead. From there on out, I spent my time avoiding his energy, focusing on mine. Whether I could or not, it doesn't really matter. I believed I could control my experiences. My mom, not so much. This happened for 2 months, until my mom couldn't take it anymore. She called the police to dig up the body. I then spent the rest of my adolescence up north with my aunt and uncle. I often wonder what happened to that property, and if his spirit, or whatever you call it, is still roaming. Of course, I can't personally bring myself to go back there. I mean, I escaped the guy twice now. I'm not gonna risk it. My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, like a specific date, but she said she didn't know, that it was definitely old. At night, they would hear doors open and shut in the house, all night long, and the sound of a cat screeching. Finally, her daddy had had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if that would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it, opening, shutting, and the sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up high on stones. There was no skirting under the home. It was just open. Someone had tried to build a cellar to connect to the home, but never finished it. On the ground, every day that they went down there, they would find balls of long hair. It looked gray and like women's hair. And underneath the hair was coins or change. They would just toss the hair and grab the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mom got sick, so great-great-grandma, which was Grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it. I asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma, to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night and got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and never came back to that house. Across the road, and across from the house where they lived, was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling, and it looked like it had seen better days. Every night, on the top floor in one of the windows, everyone saw a candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad, was curious, and one day, during sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from, and if anyone was living there. The kids came along. Great-grandpa walked inside. The house on the inside looked worse, and there was no way that someone could go up the stairs to the top floor because the stairs had rotted away. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man. He looked up and he said to her,
"Come on in."
Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that rancher house again. They stayed in their house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11, and the family moved. This occurred when I was around 10 years old. I grew up in a small town, and I lived in a 3-bedroom, 1,500-square-foot house with 6 people. This meant my sisters and I shared a small room. My grandma decided that she was tired of having no space in our room with the 3 single beds, and it was time to get a bunk bed. In this small town, I remember shopping for this bunk bed in this run-down store. It wasn't the typical furniture store. I almost believed that it was a second-hand shop or some type of discount store. By the time I was in my teens, this building was turned into a billiard game room. This place wasn't there long. The exciting day arrived. We put the bunk beds in the room, moved the dresser with a small black and white old TV and an Atari. These weren't new, but moved from another location in the house. This was the late 80s. Yes, we had an Atari, when everybody else had a Nintendo or a Super Nintendo. The Atari and TV were placed so that I could sit on the end of the single bed and use it as a chair while we played Atari. The space between the single bed and bunk bed was approximately 2 to 3 feet. This is when the paranormal activity in our room started to become frequent. I had opted to take the single bed since my sisters really wanted to sleep in a cool bunk bed. They have more stories than myself. Anyway, one night, I remember being in my room alone, playing on the Atari. My grandma and mom were talking to some family members that had stopped by, and my sisters were watching TV in the family room. Again, small house, small room. I know I was alone in the room. Being alone and being alone with the Atari was something that didn't happen often. I was focused on my game when to the right, I could hear the bunk bed shake a little, like someone just grabbed it and shook it for a second. That had to be my imagination, right? A few seconds or more go by, and the thing shakes again. This time for a few seconds. I remember distinctively telling myself, "Don't be afraid. Don't look. Don't be afraid. It's nothing." Almost to a new high score, and if I die, I don't have to give anyone else a turn. Motivation to stay. A few more seconds go by as I keep playing my game. It shakes a 3rd time, for what I remember being the same interval as the last. Again, I tell myself to be strong, don't be afraid. It's just your imagination. Don't even look. Well, with whatever was happening, I must have pissed it off with my lack of response or acknowledgement. The bunk bed began violently shaking with no stopping. I stood up and I ran, dropping the Atari paddle and hearing it swing into the dresser. I didn't get to beat my high score. My grandma and my mom didn't believe me. I was laughed at by the visiting family members. At least I didn't have to sleep in that bunk bed or go back into that room by myself. My sisters have some more scary stories, like an old man ghost standing on the end of the bed, climbing the ladder with glowing white hair. One was hearing glass shatter in the room and not being able to find the source. Quite a few more, but that was my personal scary story with it. We ended up having a house fire due to a malfunctioning AC unit 4 years later, and it destroyed that bed. After restoring the house and damages, my twin and I ended up moving back into that room with 2 single beds. The air in that room felt lighter and more free. Never had a haunting or paranormal experience in that room after that. Hence, we dubbed it the haunted bunk bed. I just had my first sighting, and I feel like I need to tell people for any explanation possible. The first experience, I guess it's not really a sighting, but in the corner of our dining room, there's an old wooden cabinet that we have things like glasses and memories inside. One early morning, we were packing to go on holiday. We opened the cabinet for some reason, and a glass flew out at us. There were no glasses at the edge. The next one with the cabinet is where we were all having dinner a couple of weeks later. And one of the large elephant ornaments was about a foot away from falling off the top shelf. We thought it was due to someone jumping, but it was the largest and heaviest thing on there. You could see the skid marks in the dust after you lifted the elephant up, meaning something had moved it. The second is actually a sighting. It's the same house, nothing different. My parents were on holiday, and my sister was in bed, just me downstairs. I looked at my second monitor as I was playing on my PC, and in the corner of my eye, I saw a dark, tall figure walk from the cabinet to the kitchen. Me, being an idiot, told my friend, "1 sec," and I ran to the kitchen. There was nothing. A week later, I told my family, and my sister responded, "Yeah, I've seen it a couple of times." And my dad said once that he was in the living room, and he saw it clear as day, walk opposite of him. And though I never gave them the description of what it looked like, my dad's description matched mine. Spooky. About 30 years ago, I spent several years working in movie theaters in Worcester, Massachusetts. My favorite was the huge old building that had been chopped up into 4 separate cinemas. It had been a beautiful theater back when it was built in 1926 as the Poily Palace. And although it had been semi-destroyed during modernization in the late 50s, there were still many original features of the building that remained. As a manager, I had been issued a big keychain that gave me access to the entirety of the building, and I spent countless hours exploring nearly every part of that building, except the curtain loft, which would have required climbing an iron ladder about 80 feet. Nope. The building had attics and basements and crawl spaces. There was an area in the front of the building on the 2nd floor that had 2 or 3 abandoned businesses that had been walled off. There was a music store and a ballet studio, and maybe an office. There was also a bathroom. Everything looked like it was from the 1940s or 50s, faded wallpaper with ballerina motif, a plie mirror on the wall. In another section of the building was the old manager's office, with high ceilings and crown molding, and a beautiful stained glass window that I believe dated back to 1912 and had previously been part of an adjacent theater. There was still an old safe in the office. I found a newspaper article from 1942, 1944. It detailed an armed robbery when 2 men had tied up the managers in the office and robbed the safe. One of those men was later executed in the electric chair for an unrelated crime. We use the old manager's office to store giant 30-gallon bags of popcorn now. There was a crawl space of sorts under the box office. It was accessible by lifting a hinged plywood panel and climbing over a 4-foot wall. On the other side were the remains of a couple of basement rooms, broken concrete, bricks strewn about. In one of those rooms, I found an old flared Coca-Cola glass in perfect condition. I kept it for years. I also found a deck of cards in a handmade leather pouch with a snap closure fashioned out of a buffalo nickel. There were also old dressing rooms with makeup mirrors and light bulbs. The paint was peeling off the walls in potato chip-sized flakes. As you can surmise, the building was purported to be haunted. The head manager claimed to have had ghostly experiences, so I'll start there, I guess. When the building was remodeled in the late 1950s, the men's room in the basement was converted into a manager's office. One night, while closing up, the manager, my boss, made his way up the stairs to the main lobby. As he emerged, something caught his eye. Way up by the ordnate 30-foot ceiling, he saw an apparition floating there. It disappeared into the ceiling. Terrified, he ran back down the stairs and hid in the office until daylight. Another time, he was again working late. There were several arcade machines in the lobby area, and they were normally powered off when the last shows were in. As he climbed the stairs, he heard all of the machines making their electronic bleeps and bloops. He was annoyed that the usher had failed to turn off the machines before punching out, and realized he'd have to go turn them off himself. As soon as he opened the door, the noises stopped dead. Looking across the lobby from where he emerged, the machines were all dark. They were indeed powered off. A projectionist claimed that he looked out of the booth window one night in the big theater upstairs, and while shutting things down, he saw a face looking in at him. I take those stories with a grain of salt. I was always skeptical of those based on the sources. So here's my experience. I was obsessed with the history of the building, and I'd researched newspaper archives for articles about it. There were rumors that a stagehand had died there in an accident during the time that it had been a vaudeville theater. I was never able to confirm that. I had talked about the building to my mother, and she in turn happened to discuss it with a friend that she worked with. The woman claimed to be a psychic or clairvoyant, or maybe just that she gets feelings about things. She told my mother that she had been to the theater, and that she felt someone had indeed been killed there, and that his name began with the letter M. My reaction was, okay, sure, she sounds nutty. Sometime later, I was the sole manager on duty on a slow night midweek. I was alone in the office in the basement. The 7 o'clock shows were in, and I was doing some paperwork. The intercom buzzed. It was the box office cashier calling to tell me that I had a phone call. I asked who it was, and she said that she didn't know. I hung up the intercom and pushed the button for the main incoming call that was on hold. The earpiece erupted with sound, close squealing and static. I used the word close because the sound, it was so loud and distinct. I assumed that it was something wrong with the phone PBX in our building rather than the line itself or the caller's phone. It was just the impression I had. "Hello?" I said. Nothing. Just more squealing, static. "Hello?" I repeated.
"Hello?"
A man's voice. Calm, flat, distinct. Then nothing further. "Who is this?" I was a bit perplexed. All the noise on the line and the caller seemingly reluctant to speak.
"This is Mike."
Calm, quiet, not shouting over the noise of the line. Quite audible and clear. Then nothing but the awful squealing and static. I waited a few seconds for the caller to continue. After all, he called me. Presumably, there was a reason. Nothing. "Mike who?" I said, feeling a little impatient. Mike is a common name, and there were 2 Mikes employed there at the time. One of them had a fairly high-pitched voice that sounded nothing like the caller. It didn't sound like the other Mike either. The line abruptly went dead. Silent. The squealing and hissing stopped. I waited. No one called back. I called Sandy, the box office cashier, and I asked her if they had asked for me personally or just to speak to the manager. She said that the caller had asked for me by name. Suddenly, I remembered my mother's friend, a man's name beginning with the letter M. Mike? It never happened again. The phone never made those noises. No one ever confessed to the prank. I never figured out who it was. A month ago, my boyfriend and I were home watching a scary movie, 9 p.m. He has a personal phone as well as one for work. After the movie, I said I was going to start a shower and wait for him to join me. He used his personal phone to call his daughter and then left both phones on the couch. He said he was going to grab some clothes and be right back. But after going into the bedroom, he noticed that his personal phone was no longer on the couch. He'd only been gone for a minute. He looked for it everywhere before finally giving up and getting into the shower. He told me what happened, and I promised to help him find it when we got out. After the shower, we spent another 5 minutes tearing the house apart, but still couldn't find it. We both called it several times, but we couldn't hear it. Eventually, I thought of tracking its location. That's when it showed up, in our neighbor's front yard. He thought I was joking until I showed him the screen. Neither of us had left the house, and both doors were still locked. I actually thought he was pranking me, but he promised he wasn't. I stood in the doorway as he went outside with a flashlight and called his phone again. He looked for a while, and then I watched him dig in our neighbor's bushes, and he pulls out a flashing phone. It had been raining. It was very muddy, yet his phone was completely dry and seemingly untouched. It never rang during that time, only vibrated, but the ringer had been on. We can't explain any of it. An update. Strange things have been happening ever since this incident. Stuff has been knocked over in the middle of the night. I hear footsteps when I'm alone, and I see things out of the corner of my eyes. We have light fixtures that you click on and off with a flat button, not switches. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch when all of a sudden, the dining room lights began turning on and off. They weren't just flickering. We could hear the buttons being clicked rapidly, as if someone were physically pressing them. My boyfriend said that he's never experienced anything like this before I moved in. After reading some comments, I'm beginning to think that some sort of entity might be attached to me. I've had other paranormal experiences before, so it's possible. Okay, so I just want to start this by saying that I'm no stranger to the paranormal. I've had tons of encounters throughout my life, 2 of them objectively being much scarier than this one, and yet this one won't leave my mind. This just happened in December while I was staying at my dad's house. It was about 4 a.m, and I was just about to go to sleep. I was in my bed, laying down, facing towards my TV. I had my eyes closed when out of nowhere, I heard my door creak open. I immediately opened my eyes and was looking at my TV but was too scared to actually look at my door. But then, as I was staring at the TV, I saw a shadow figure standing beside me as if it were watching me sleep. I grabbed my phone and turned on my flashlight to see nothing there, but my door was in fact slightly open. I've seen shadow figures before, and even full-body apparitions, but something about this one doesn't feel right to me. Every time I stay at my dad's now, I'm terrified to be in a room alone, and I can't sleep without some sort of light. The energy of this spirit was so incredibly different compared to others. I can't even do anything about it because I don't live there. And my stepmom refuses to believe evil spirits could be in their house. Does anyone know what this spirit could have been? Or how to get over it so I can stop being so scared when I'm there? And I do strongly believe that I have some sort of spirit attached to me, but I've never been afraid of it, so what I saw definitely wasn't that. More than 20 years ago, my then wife and I took a trip to Savannah. We stayed in a bed and breakfast that was comprised of 2 large townhouses, separated by a beautiful, lush garden. The innkeeper told us stories of strange happenings that occurred in the building. Of course, just about every bed and breakfast is quote-unquote haunted, as that tends to increase the appeal with the kind of person who likes to stay there, myself included. The inn was built in the 19th century, and it sits in the beautiful historic district close to Forsyth Park. Savannah is supposedly a very haunted city, with ghost tours and ghost stories galore. If you spend time there among the old houses and moss-draped trees, it's easy to start seeing ghosts. The inn is beautiful, and thinking back, it might have been the second time that we stayed there. It's my favorite place in Savannah, and it was always a wonderful experience. The staff was very friendly and professional. I don't necessarily enjoy chatting with other guests, but I do like to talk to the staff. The room that we were staying in had a little balcony overlooking the street. We went out there after dinner, and within 30 seconds, a very large flying beetle smacked right into my forehead. Okay, time to go inside. We didn't experience anything ghostly or unusual at all that evening. But the next morning, the bathroom had a nice clawfoot tub with a shower curtain around it. I was showering the next morning in the tub, and when I stepped out, I caught a glimpse of my reflection in the mirror, and my heart almost leapt out of my chest. The mirror over the bathroom sink was covered with a light coating of condensation, but I could still see my face clearly reflected. The odd thing was that my eyes appeared almost completely black. The effect was, for lack of a better word, demonic. It was my face, but the eyes were downright terrifying. When I overcame my initial shock, I took a closer look in the mirror. I figured out that although the features of my face were reflected accurately, for some reason the pupils of my eyes were hugely magnified, so that in the reflection, they appeared to fill the entire diameter of each eye. The effect was really frightening. I examined my reflection, trying to determine why this was happening, but I couldn't. I didn't, and I still don't understand how this worked. I've never seen it before. It's never happened again. I called my wife in to show her, and observed the same thing happening with her eyes. I guess this might not be a real ghost story, but it was really strange and inexplicable. I wish I had a photograph of the effect, but I do not. Has anyone ever experienced anything like that? This is by far the creepiest and spookiest experience I've ever had. This happened at the school I went to in the Philippines. It was a Catholic one, but not the strict kind. To describe what happened, my classroom at the time is at the end of a hallway located on the first floor. Across from our classroom is our mini library, where our librarian sat behind the door. Beside that library were the bathrooms for boys and girls. The girls' bathroom is bigger, with 3 stalls inside of it. The boys' one was an entire bathroom without stalls. It's way back in 2003, and I'm in the 3rd grade. It was the summery time, 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We had an ongoing class at this time, so I excused myself to go to the bathroom. I walked across the hallway, and I reached the girls' bathroom. Just a brief description of how the bathroom looked. When you enter, a big, dirty, scratchy mirror on the wall will welcome you. Beneath it was a clogged, dirty sink. Beside the sink were the stalls, 3 of them, made of soft aluminum material. The locks on the doors were broken. This is an important detail of the stalls. So when I entered the bathroom, I was the only one in the area. No other students inside the boys' bathroom or the other stalls. All the doors of the stalls were wide open. I'm usually a scaredy cat kind of girl, so I went inside the first stall. Since the locks were broken, I just held the door while peeing, so if anyone entered, they'll know I was there. As I was finishing my business, a sudden gust of wind entered the bathroom, and I felt someone, a presence, enter the bathroom. I waited for that someone to enter the stalls, but nothing happened. I was clueless, but I didn't think it was a ghost at first. But I heard the faucet in the 3rd stall open, and water was flowing. I, without thinking too much, peeped below the cubicles. There was no one, no feet, not anything, just water flowing. I was too freaked out. I hurriedly fixed my uniform, and when I was trying to open the door, it wouldn't even budge. Remember, the lock was broken, so just a little touch would have opened it, but it was not moving. I was so hysterical that I was punching the door so much it had dents in it. I was screaming and crying and really, really scared. I tried kicking the door, but it won't move. I screamed louder. My throat was getting sore until finally my teacher and the librarian came to get me. They opened the door, mind you, without any force. I was dumbfounded, and they asked me what happened. I told them everything. They just stared at each other and gave me a fine but worried laugh, and they helped me back to class. It was the scariest feeling I've ever felt because I felt helpless. I remember stories of other students seeing ghosts and such in that school. Some say that the schools were initially rice plains where salvage bodies were usually thrown. So I guess that could explain it all, if it's true. 18 years passed, and that memory is still clear as glass. I hope that will never happen again to me. I have few stories left, but nothing beats this one. Growing up in a small, rural Vermont town meant that my household didn't have a lot of money, but we still shared everything we had with our extended family. That included letting my aunt and uncle and cousins move in with us when they got evicted from their house. Everything was just fine until the crying started. For 2 years, from the age 12 to age 14, I had to share a room with my little cousin Katie. It wasn't all bad, since she was close enough to my age that she wasn't a pest. But I hated the blackout curtains we had to hang so that any outside light didn't keep her up at night. I loved seeing the moonlight filter through the screen in the summer, and I missed that once Katie moved in. It was the 2nd year that they'd been living with us when the crying began. At first, I thought it was Katie sobbing quietly when she thought I was asleep, which made sense to me because she'd gotten dumped a few days before. I figured she just didn't want to talk because she was ashamed of being the one that got dumped, or she was just still too heartbroken. Over the next few weeks, however, I began realizing that it was coming from different places within our room at night. I couldn't understand why Katie was continuing to cry so much, and anytime I asked her about it, she just looked scared and shook her head. I thought something else had happened between her and her ex-boyfriend, but she just wouldn't talk to me. I told my mom and aunt about it one night while Katie was out at her friend's house, but they just shrugged it off and said that we were going through a rough time. My slightly drunk aunt joked that Katie was probably crying at night because my fashion sense was so bad, and that maybe we should try a nightlight if we were going to be such babies. I ignored her, and I decided that I was done with the whole thing. Things came to a head about a month after I talked to my mom and aunt. I was trying to sleep one night. My CD player earbuds lodged firmly in my ears when I felt a gentle tug on my pajama top sleeve. I removed the earbuds and I turned to face and speak to Katie, even though I couldn't actually see her in the darkness. "What's up?" Instead of an answer, all I got was a sniffle. And before I knew what was happening, Katie had crawled into my bed and curled up next to me. This was so out of character for her that I didn't even question it. I just gently stroked her hair. She quieted down after a bit, and I covered her with my spare blanket because she was so cold. I must have fallen asleep at some point because I woke up to Katie moving around next to me. She leaned over, her soft whisper barely reaching my ears. "Run. The one who got me is coming for you." I had no idea what she meant. I felt her get off the bed, and then everything was still and silent again. I strained my eyes to make her out in the pitch-like darkness. But with the blackout curtains, I couldn't tell where she'd gone. "Katie, who's coming? You're creeping me out." She never responded. A primordial growl sliced through the quiet, and a white-hot pain blurred my senses. I screamed as wet, warm liquid ran down my face, and a single hand snaked its way around my throat. I tried to kick out at Katie, but my feet didn't seem to be able to connect with anything. The air was rapidly getting squeezed out of my lungs, and no matter how hard I tried, it was impossible for me to tear free of this vice-like hand. I was about to pass out when my door was flung open and my father stood there. The hand had released my throat, and after a moment of catching my breath, I realized it was just my father and I in the room. He shouted to my mom to call an ambulance, and then he tried asking me what happened. I frantically begged him to search the room, but there was no one else there. There wasn't even a closet to hide in, and the window was locked from the inside. I ended up passing out from losing so much blood. I also lost my left eye that night. The doctors tried to blame it on a mixture of sleep paralysis, nightmares, and accidental self-harm. But at 120 pounds and no muscle, even my parents didn't believe that explanation. We moved out of the house immediately, since none of us felt comfortable there anymore. On the night I lost my eye, Katie came to see me in the intensive care unit as soon as her mom had picked her up from her new boyfriend's house. I was almost asleep in bed, and I remember her leaning over and whispering to me, her voice heavy with sorrow. "I'm so sorry, cuz. I wish I could have been there for you." Even in my drug-induced, mostly asleep state, It struck me that her whisper didn't sound at all like the one that tried to warn me about the attack. I never had another strange experience again, and when we moved, I even got my own room. Since then, I never fail to make sure that there's some sort of light in the room, and on those rare nights when I hear crying, I always make sure to leave the house for a while. I live in Minnesota, in the U.S. There are all kinds of things that I've seen and experienced, and with that being said, I'm going to get into all of them. I'm a Pisces, and for those of you that are wondering, it's believed that Pisces are one of the closest zodiac signs to the spirit world, and I've found this to be pretty true, at least for myself. Story number 1. It was Halloween. I was out trick-or-treating with a couple of friends for their mom. I was approximately 14 or 15 years old. My close friend was about 12. Her brother was about 7 years old. Their mom was driving us to the nicer neighborhoods in the area, as they were a few miles from where we lived. We were at the last and one of the biggest houses in the area. Side note, the streetlights were orange in color and were spread about 15 feet apart from one another, leaving large dark gaps between the lights at night. So their mom had stopped the car, and I got out first. Immediately, I felt like we were being watched from the woods across the street. I walked around the car and let out my friend's brother. We walked up to the house, and I continued to look around. I noticed that we were the only people out and about in the area. My friend and her brother rang the doorbell, and I walked behind them. The people in the house seemed normal and gave us each the big candy bars. We thanked them and started walking back to the car, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I looked around after I helped my friend's brother into the car. I got him buckled and I shut the door. My friend had already gotten into the car. I looked down the road and I saw 2 little kids in the shadows, in between the lights. I knew there was something not right about these 2. The kids appeared to be about 5 years in age by their height. I said, "Hello," and received no response. They stayed perfectly still. I asked if they were okay and still got nothing. I then said, "If you're not bad spirits, step into the light." And they giggled, but they didn't move. I started to walk around the back of the car to get back in. I looked back towards where the kids had been, and I catch the shadow of them running into the woods, but they made no noise. I opened the car door, and I heard the giggles again, but closer. I jumped into the car and didn't even buckle before I yelled, "Go, Mama, go." She hit the gas and didn't ask any questions. I explained what had happened as soon as we got back to their house, and each of them said that they didn't hear, see, or say anything after they'd gotten into the car. Story number 2, I was at the same friend's house as the previous story. As I looked down the long, straight hallway, something in my brain kept telling me to look at the bathroom every time I looked away from it. No one was in the bathroom. The shower curtain was closed all the way. I looked at my friend and was talking to her, and I heard the shower curtain start to move. And as soon as I looked at the curtain, it flew open. I couldn't believe it. My friend and her family asked why I had a shocked look on my face. I explained what I'd just seen, and they, without skipping a beat, said, "Oh yeah, that's normal." And they continued chatting as if it were just another day. I know this isn't the scariest thing to happen, but it freaked me out. Story number 3. This has nothing to do with the paranormal, but serves as a reminder that you should follow your instincts. My mom's friend picked me up from a high school dance. We stopped at a gas station to grab a drink before going back to her house. We got out of the car to go inside. When we got out, a guy had asked us if we could give him a ride down the road to his friend's car. We asked where his friends were. He said that they had walked to the bars without him. My friend's mom said she'd have to ask her husband, as it was his car and she needed permission to let him know what she was doing. He agreed to let us ask him, but as we went inside the gas station, the guy stayed outside. When we got inside, we both immediately said that we had a bad feeling about the guy, and we didn't want to give him a ride. She called her husband and explained what was going on, how we felt about it. He agreed. If we didn't feel okay with it, we can tell the guy that he said no, and we had to go home immediately. We then got what we needed and left the store. The guy asked us if we could do it, and we explained that her husband said no, that we had to get home as soon as possible. He accepted the answer and left us alone. A week later, we read an article in the paper about a guy asking for rides. The folks that gave him a ride would be robbed, and if they didn't have anything on them, he would stab them and run away. It was the guy we said no to after the dance. Story number 4. I used to work at a gas station that's also famous for their food. It's popular in the Midwest. I would usually work the night shift from 4 to 11 p.m. I would walk home, about 2 miles. I would do this on my own, and I never had issues, other than a few times, where I'd feel as though I was being followed, even though I could never see or hear anyone. It's important to start off this way to show that I have no issues walking by myself at night, and I don't get freaked out often. One night, after I got home from work, I was just relaxing when I figured a walk would help me clear my mind. I got ready and left my house. I walked around a park in town and started to walk a different route home. I was about a block away from my house when I got a really strong feeling of someone or something needing help. And immediately, my attention was drawn to a house built into the side of a hill. There was a garage built underneath the house, and there was a long, jagged staircase in front of the house to get to the front door. Next to the front door was a big bay window, which is where I felt the feeling coming from. There was no sign of life at or inside the house, but I felt as though there was someone banging on the bay window, crying and screaming for help, asking if I can just open the door so they can escape the house. I found myself walking toward the house, almost in tears from the overwhelming emotions. I then stopped myself as it felt like I'd run into a brick wall of darkness. I felt an energy that told me if I took more than one more step up the stairs, I would be hurt badly, if not killed, by the dark presence. I continued to stare at the house for about 10 minutes, unable to leave but unable to help. I finally heard a car a ways down the other block, and I sort of snapped out of my trance. I started to walk away from the house, but kept looking back. With each step I took away from that house, a feeling of hopelessness continued to grow. I walked past the same house thousands of times, both day and night, and I've never felt anything like that since, anywhere else or from that location. This was in 2016. This is a much longer post than I expected, so I'll end it here. I know many of you will be skeptical, and that's okay. I would be too. I work at a daycare, and I've never once thought something weird was going on. Today was different. I came back from my break, and the other teacher in my room told me that one of the kids was sleepwalking, which they've never done before. I thought it was weird, but laughed it off. Throughout the rest of nap time, an hour, 5 different kids screamed in their sleep, randomly, which never happens. And then one of the kids that sleeps the longest and sleeps like a rock sits up in their bed and was staring at the ceiling, wall, wide-eyed and smiling. The kid then puts their hands up like they want to be picked up and says something. Unfortunately, we weren't close enough to hear what they said. My coworker laid the kid back down, and for 5 minutes, the kid stared at the same spot, still wide-eyed and smiling, and then went back to sleep. I keep thinking about the kid putting their hands up, and it's freaking me out. Does anyone know what could have caused all of this? Almost 10 years ago, my family took a vacation to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the Big Island. The hotel we stayed at was a nice one. It was a Sheraton hotel, but I know there was another name before it, like Kona or King. But I don't remember anyone telling me or anyone recalling it being haunted or not. Either way, we were there for about 5 days total. On day 3, or night 3, something happened that made the next 2 days a bit different, to say the least. Sleeping got harder and became something I tried in the afternoons. Even then, didn't get much sleep. On the 3rd night, I was with my cousin in the master bedroom of my parents' suite, watching a movie, and at some point, we fell asleep. That night, my parents had essentially given their room or suite to the kids, and the adults were in the adjoining room that my aunt and uncle had reserved. My cousin was still asleep, but I had woken up. It sounded like my little brother and my little cousins had fallen asleep too. I got up and I walked around the room to make sure that everyone was asleep, and I went to turn off the TV in the living room, which was blaring some sort of infomercial. As soon as I shut it off, I heard some sort of soft, muffled sound. It sounded like a group of people. I immediately assumed it was my parents or the adults having a late night, but I hadn't heard them a moment ago in the master bedroom, so I just walked over to the wall that was shared with the other suite, and that's when I saw that it was past 3 a.m. At first, I only thought it was strange that they would be awake so late. But shortly after making it to the wall, I realized the sound had ceased. It was silent throughout both our suite and theirs. But as I walked back to the master bedroom, I heard the low, soft mumble return. And it was as though they were just in the other room, the living room behind me. Turning around, I could see that nothing had changed. No one was awake, and the TV remained off. So I chalked it up to being tired, and I just went back to bed. Possibly someone was around us, neighbors even. As I tried to fall back asleep, I couldn't drown it out. I remember putting a pillow over my head just to try to make the sound go away. Eventually, it must have been even the slightest successful because it was morning. I told my parents about the whole ordeal, and they basically told me that this was a vacation spot. They were sure that it could have been somebody below us even, just younger people having a good time. I didn't agree with them, but what was I going to do about it? That night, I asked my cousin to stay over again. She was for sure more interested in what I had told her than afraid. At least, she didn't dismiss me entirely. So, she stayed and we got to use the living room as our area for the night. My aunt and uncle hosted the younger kids. Because I was so tired, I fell asleep before we could even really start the movie we picked. But I was awoken by my cousin around midnight. She was holding her index finger to her mouth and using her other hand to point to her ear. I listened, and I heard what sounded like whispering. It was close to us, but no one was near us. We laid there, one ear up, and just listened. It was incredibly unsettling, but somehow, my cousin, not being afraid, allowed me to sort of calm down. It was almost the sound of children, but there were so many of them. It was hard to tell if they were all children or some sort of mix of all types of voices. I asked out loud, what could it be? My cousin said, "Ghosts, Kyla. Ghost whispers. I mean, right?" It eventually stopped, and then it would come back. It definitely didn't sound like neighbors. I don't know what it was, but it creeped me out enough to keep me awake. I remember staring at the TV for hours. Random old black and white TV shows just running across the screen. I wasn't really watching as much as keeping myself distracted with the sound and visuals. The last day, I was pretty tired. I thought I would catch up on some sleep before a super fun luau that night. At first, I thought it was just sleepiness or even dreaming a little. I heard loud footsteps. It sounded like someone wearing large, heavy boots or heavy shoes, carrying heavy things. I'd sort of dozed off, but it appeared a few more times. Eventually, I went to shut the door because I wanted to sleep, and I had thought that everybody had been out for a few hours. Closing the door, I realized that I was alone. But suddenly, I feel a bit of air rush towards me. I see the papers on the desk beside me whoosh in the air. I hear what sounds like metal on metal, clashing 3 or 4 times, and then nothing. I had slammed the door almost immediately and was standing on the other side. I really have no idea how to explain that one any better than I just have there. But holy hell, it was incredibly scary. I buried myself in the large bed and mess of comforters, and I tried to get some sleep. That was the last experience I had there, thankfully. I realize all these things happened at times that I was tired, but at a certain point, it feels like you can only blame so much on being tired. Before heading out that night, I couldn't help but notice that none of the windows actually opened in the room. The papers, which had flown about earlier, were still thrown about. My parents had even asked if I'd knocked those over and forgotten to pick them up. No, I hadn't, I told them. But I didn't bother telling them what exactly had. I was still trying to wrap my own head around that idea. So, that's my experience. Has anyone ever had one like it? I'd be so curious to know if I'm alone in this or not. Through my younger years, 7 to 12, my mother dated a guy very on and off, which I think mostly had to do with him being in the Army and staying with his family in Laredo, Texas whenever he was home. Either way, he invited us to visit his cousin's summer cabin in Monterrey, Mexico for a weekend, so we did. The cabin was very ranch style, longer in one dimension and shorter than the other, so it was built like an architectural rectangle. On one far side of the building, think of this as an aerial view, was the kitchen, and next to it was the living room. Attached to the living room was a long, slender hallway, connected to the bedrooms on each side, and a bathroom on one of the sides. The backyard was only accessible through the living room via a sliding door, and it started as a bit of a desert floor which met forest tree lines of dead or dying Monterey cypress trees. Meeting the tree line was an elevated hunting tower, which had its platform meeting the top of the vertical tree line. On our way to the cabin, my mom's boyfriend was telling us about a cursed legend of the witches of Monterey. Apparently, they'd been haunting the mountainous area for generations, and they were his childhood versions of La Lenora. Clearly, he was just trying to scare us from the get-go, and me being so young, I was eating it up like candy. We got to the cabin in the late evening, so we decided to stay in for the night and watch M. Night Shyamalan's the lady in the water. After the movie, my mom's boyfriend asked me to go get something from the bedroom for him, and as I was halfway down the hallway, he turned the lights off on me. Let me remind you, this was a very rural part of Mexico, so the dark was dark. And with all the scary stories and all, at the time, scary movie, I was spooked and I froze. My mom's boyfriend began to make your stereotypical ghost noises and taunted me to go deeper into the dark hallway. But I was so petrified, I remember just standing there, frozen in fear. Long story short, my mother got him and he turned the lights back on. They comforted me, and after a few apologies, we all went to bed. I can't remember how I slept that night, but I honestly wish I did. The next day, we did basic tourist shit. Went to a bazaar, embraced the city's beautiful mountain range, which seemed to hug the city. We ate authentic Mexican food and finished the main hub of the city. When the day was all done, we decided to call it and we went back to the cabin. All these details, they're important to me because I remember the night before so vividly, yet can't remember anything else about this night other than what I'm going to write about. I was in the living room of the cabin, and I remember my mom's boyfriend was there with me. He asked if I wanted to go up into the hunting tower out back, and I innocently said yes. I remember following him through the back door of the living room, and I remember him walking ahead and turning back to wave me towards him. I took it as he was trying to help me keep up and follow him. I watched him climb up the ladder of the hunting tower, and then I heard a voice behind me.
Hey.
My name.
Where are you going?
It was my mom's boyfriend behind me, asking where I was going. I turned back around to look at the hunting tower along the tree line, and no one was there. Nothing was. Not an animal, not my mother, not a specter, nothing. Fast forward a few years ago, my now wife and I are still dating at the time, and we're sharing ghost experiences with one another. And yes, I do have one other ghost experience in my life that I believe to be genuine as well. I told her about this experience in Monterey, and I'll never forget the cold or pale look on her face when I told her. She's from a Mexican family as well, and this legend of the witches of Monterey, it's a very real thing for her as well. The truly scary part, I was telling her this story on a Friday, and according to what her family told her growing up, Friday is a forbidden day to talk about them, because that's the one day of the week they're the most powerful. Apparently, they never forget their prey and use that day as a lure towards what they lost. Initially, I thought, bullshit. But I can't begin to express how many Fridays my wife had to stop me because I had randomly brought up the story on a Friday. Maybe it was subconscious, I don't know. Has anyone ever experienced something like this? If not, I'd still like feedback, comments, concerns. Thanks for reading my story. Growing up in central Louisiana, I'd always heard of Frenchtown Road, how it was haunted, how there was a witch, various cult activities, and KKK meetings. My dad always told me he would bring me to Frenchtown, but the first time I went was Halloween night, 2020, around 12 p.m. Me, 3 of my friends, and their mom, who was driving, decided to drive down Frenchtown to check out an old abandoned building that my friends had been to a few times. So, in the dark, we drive down Frenchtown Road and under the bridge that's notorious for cars mysteriously stopping under it and people being hung from it. You can read about it in the Weird Louisiana book or Google it. We eventually got to a driveway and parked. and we all got out and made the trek towards the old house, in the dark, through a field. My friends had checked the house out around 2 weeks back, and it was still there. But when we got to the house, there was nothing there but the foundation, with no signs of construction or debris. And there was grass growing over the foundation. After freaking out a bit and standing on the foundation and scaring each other, we decided to head back to the car. Now, this is when things get much crazier and, well, paranormal. We all get in the car, and it won't start. Everyone except me and my best friend were flipping out, but eventually the car started. We quickly pulled off, but not a minute after we got to the bridge, probably going around 40 miles per hour, the second we were under that bridge, the car shuts off. My friend's mom was hyperventilating and crying, trying to get the car to start again. This was the most upset I'd ever seen her. After about 2 minutes, in the pitch black, the car just started again, and we got the hell out of there. One of my friends said that she saw a figure in a white dress in the road. This was on the way back, but it could have just been nerves. To this day, though, this is the most unexplainable thing to have ever happened to me, and I fully believe it was paranormal in nature. So, if you ever read about Frenchtown Road, believe what you will, but I'm here to tell you it's true. I've never really had any experiences in my life besides this one. And I have a skeptical mind, but I'm very open to the idea of the paranormal. I want to believe. However, I have no explanation regarding this incident. It happened to me and a couple of friends in 2011, and I've never really told anyone other than my significant other. We were 19 and in a ghost hunting phase, and we'd been to some reportedly haunted sites. Didn't have any experiences to speak of, though. But we'd heard of a small, abandoned village, hamlet, a short way out of the city, that we were told was very creepy and unsettling. Side note, my grandma, it turns out, was actually born there, of all places. It was a very small, quote-unquote, town, with maybe 50 to 100 people, that was abandoned, reportedly overnight in the 50s. We decided to go there after dark one evening. All that remains is the collapsed general store, one house, and a perfectly preserved Ukrainian Orthodox church. The small house had the windows and doors removed. We explored inside. There was still wallpaper in the bedrooms and the living room, and some of the old kitchen items in the kitchen. It was creepy, but mainly because it was dark in the middle of nowhere. We took some video of the inside and left shortly after. When we got home, we watched the video and didn't see anything, but we picked up something that sounded like a girl saying, "Please, no." It wasn't clear, so I didn't really think it was anything. Something compelled us to go back a few weeks later, and this is where shit got real. I decided to print off some questions in Latin, because I saw a YouTube video saying that an inhuman spirit would respond in Latin. It was mostly to creep out another friend that tagged along this time. I was a jackass. The second we drove up to the house, the feeling was different this time. I felt dread. The three of us, our one friend refused to get out of the car, decided to go back in the house, and we discovered that it had a dirt cellar this time. So, we went down. It was your average dirt cellar. Absolutely nothing in there except a few old broken jars. We went back upstairs. One friend went back to the car. I stood out on the front porch, leaning into the window, while my other friend stood in the grass maybe 10 feet beside me. This is when I decided to start asking the questions in Latin while recording. I asked things like, "Is there anything here? who, what are you? And lastly, show yourself. At this point, there was a sound from inside the house. I said it again, and before I could even finish, boom, 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 boom. It sounded like something coming up from the basement, and fast. I screamed loudly, as did the friend behind me. We ran to my car, and my one friend was already in the driver's seat. We barely got into the car before she was peeling out down the dirt road. I cried a little bit, but I don't think that there was a word spoken by anyone. There was no way it was an animal or a person inside the house. It was tiny, and nowhere for an animal or person to hide. Plus, we had just been through the entire house ourselves. There was nothing on the video other than me screaming and telling my friend to go when I got in the car. I have no clue what happened that night, but it scared me to my core. Although, it made me more curious. I've been to other allegedly haunted places since, but I've never had another experience or encounter. I haven't been back there since, and I don't intend on returning. I'd love to hear what you guys think. When I was in the 8th grade, back in 2015, I lived at Fort Carson, a military post in Colorado. The house we lived in was pretty normal for military housing. Nothing really felt strange or creepy about the house itself. It was just your regular 4-bedroom home in a small neighborhood of identical houses. I had already lived there for a few years and had nothing out of the ordinary happen, and my family, if they did experience anything, they never told me, except my younger brother. My brother is the youngest out of me and my siblings and was only 4 at the time, so whenever he would talk about things that scared him at night, a lot of the time I just assumed it was his imagination. A year before we moved out of the house, my brother would often wake up in the middle of the night and scream and cry as if he was being hurt. First time it ever happened, the whole house ran to his room to see what was wrong, but he was just in his bed, pointing at the door, screaming. He said that he saw a monster in the doorway. At first, we all thought that he had just had a bad dream or a really active imagination. However, almost every week after that, at least once or twice, he would wake up and do the same thing. I've always had a huge interest in things that are paranormal or strange, so after a while I became curious to see if he was really seeing something. One night, in the middle of summer, while I was playing Battlefield 4 with some friends, I got up and I went downstairs for a snack run. When I returned to my bedroom, I thought about what my brother would say about his doorway. Me and my siblings had our bedrooms on the 2nd floor of the house. My room was directly across from the stairs, and to the left of my door was a long hallway with a bathroom between mine and my sister's room. Then, my brother's room at the end. Before I sat back down to continue playing, I decided to check on him, look down the hallway to his room. Standing in his doorway was a tall figure that almost didn't fit in the doorway. The top of its spine was pushed against the top, and I could only see the bottom half of its head. It had pale skin and backwards legs, like a goat, except they were human legs. It was facing the inside of my brother's room, towards his bed. I stared for a few seconds before I went back into my room and shut the door. What I'd seen shook me up a bit, but I reassured myself that I was probably seeing things, as all day I'd been watching ghost videos and listening to creepypastas. So I decided to take another look. I wish I didn't. This time, the thing was facing down the hallway, staring back at me. Its face had almost no features, except for dark holes for eyes, and its arms hung almost all the way to the floor. I froze and immediately felt sick. And after what felt like an eternity, I pulled my head back into my bedroom and shut and locked the door. My brother didn't wake up that night, and he later would be afraid of my bedroom too, even during the day. I never left my room at night until we moved out of that house, and I didn't tell anyone about it for a few years. I still think about it from time to time, but often doubt if I really saw what I had seen. Any of you have any similar encounters? The following is a true story that I'm positive happened, but cannot find a conventional explanation for. When I was 4 years old, my family lived in military housing in Winnipeg in the early 70s. I had an older brother, 6 at the time, and a younger brother who would have been 1 year old. Our house was a bungalow with a fairly conventional layout for that time. Living room, kitchen, dining room at one end of a rectangular structure, and bedrooms, bathroom, connected to a hallway at the other end. One day, I was sitting in the hallway where I could see my parents in the kitchen and could also look down the hall towards the doors in the bathrooms. No one was down the hall other than my 1-year-old brother, who I think was sleeping in his room. I was looking down the hall when I saw something impossible. There were 2 bedroom doorways on the left side of the hall. What I saw came out of the door on the left, closest to me. It was about 8 to 10 feet away. As I watched, a skeletal arm slowly emerged into the hallway, horizontally at my eye level, until the elbow was almost showing, but not quite. Then, it slowly retracted in the exact same fashion into the room. I remember that the bones looked very real. I now know that they were the color of real bones, and were clearly not any kind of plastic replica. The arm bones seemed like they were the size of an adult male's. I know for certain that we didn't have anything that resembled those bones at the house. I also knew for certain that my older brother was not in that area of the house. I could see my parents in the kitchen, and it would be unlike them to play such a scary prank on a 4-year-old. And I don't know if I can explain it, but it was clear by the smooth and steady movement of the arm that it wasn't something being held by someone. It looked as if it was attached to its owner. My impression was that the arm's owner was aware of me and deliberately revealing itself to me in a non-threatening manner. Despite my age, I knew that what I had just seen was extraordinary. I noted that it was the middle of the day, and I was sitting up and wide awake. Of that, I was positive. There was simply no explanation. I wasn't terrified, as one would think. It just simply happened and was done. I had zero interest in going down and looking in that room to see what was there, though perhaps the apparition was an invitation to do so. I didn't tell my parents. Don't ask me why, but, they wouldn't have believed me. Nothing like this has happened to me since this event, and there didn't seem to be any other strange occurrences at that house. A couple of years ago, I finally thought to ask my parents about the house in Winnipeg. They said they hadn't noticed anything strange there, but the previous owner had died while in the military overseas. So, there it is. My one and only experience that I can say with 100% certainty, and will go to my grave believing was an authentic paranormal event. A couple of years ago, my partner and I moved into a relatively old home that he'd purchased for his parents in a small town in New Hampshire. The house was previously used as separate apartments, so it was broken up into 3 different sections. There was the upstairs apartment, where my partner and I stayed along with one roommate. The downstairs apartment his parents lived in, which was also attached to the basement, and they renovated that into a party space where they could host friends and family when they came to visit. That is where the first encounter began. It was the middle of summer, and my partner was inside with some of his family members watching TV in the basement, and I was in the backyard helping prepare some things for dinner. When I went inside to the basement, I heard yelling from both my partner and her other family members. Apparently, a cell phone that had been stored in the purse of another family member went flying out from inside the bag to the other side of the room. As stated in the title, I was and still have a healthy dose of skepticism when it comes to anything related to the paranormal. So naturally, I dismissed the phone as having been on vibrate, and maybe they received a notification which caused it to fall out of the purse. Maybe I should have previously mentioned that my partner's family are pretty big believers, so I figured they were exaggerating at the time. This was the beginning of an assortment of strange events, all of which I was able to dismiss, such as finding pieces of jewelry that I distinctly remember placing in my jewelry box in strange places throughout my apartment. Or like finding necklaces in the kitchen cupboards with our dishware. There were countless times when our cats would stand to attention, and both of their heads would turn, as if watching something pass through the room. Even if they were sleeping, they would suddenly wake and stand to attention, and this would happen every few days or so. Not to mention my partner, roommate, who's a bigger skeptic than myself, and I always had the feeling of being watched ever since moving there. This all came to a head one evening when I was getting ready to shower. I had a sterling silver necklace that I would wear day in and day out. However, whenever I would shower, I would take my necklace off and place it on the back of the toilet. This time, I went to place my necklace on the back of the toilet as always, and it had slipped off the back, and I watched it fall on the floor and land directly behind the toilet. Not wanting to grab the necklace, I decided to leave it there and take my shower. Mind you, the bathroom door was locked, and the cats were inside of the room, so no one was in or out during the time of my showering. Upon getting out of the shower, on the bath mat outside of my tub was my silver necklace, laying in a straight line on the rug, about 4 feet from where it had previously fallen. I came out of the bathroom immediately, and about a half an hour later at dinner, I told my partner and roommate about what had happened. That's when our roommate had told us that a couple of weeks prior, when they were showering, they could have sworn they saw a face looking in from the window in the shower. My roommate was so convinced that they had confronted my partner, thinking that they had been pranking him. But keep in mind, the apartment was on the second story, so there's no way that someone could have had access to that window. Needless to say, we're all firm believers now. This story starts a little while back when I was in high school, grade 9, at the age of 12. I started high school really early and I skipped a lot of grades, and yeah, I entered high school at the age of 12, as my birthday is in late December. My school had a middle school and a primary school building linked right next to it. Since it was a private school, there weren't really that many students, as it was pretty expensive. It wasn't that weird for me to hang out with grade 5 kids, since we were practically almost the same age. There's this one particular girl I got along with really well. We shared the same preferences, and so we would hang out a lot. We would paint our nails in the library and talk about random shows we'd watch on Disney. On this particular day, She told me randomly that she had an imaginary friend. I brushed it off as her joking and just went along with it, making fun of her imaginary friend. I can't remember what it is exactly I said, but my friend looked at me, scared, and said, "Lucy is not happy with you." I just laughed and dismissed it. I never thought of Lucy again, until one night I went to bed normally without anything on my mind at all. And then I had this dream, this very realistic dream. I was laying in bed, the exact position I'd laid before dozing off. My sister was laying in bed beside me, exactly as she was before I dozed off, but this time she was awake and looking scared. I was also scared. We were both looking at one door, the bathroom door. That's when I started to hear a lot of banging and attempts to open the door. But this really freaked me out. Even though it was a dream, I can still remember how much I was shaking with fear, how real it felt. I got under the covers in my dream and started to pray, and then I woke up. I was still scared, obviously, waking up to the exact same scene as in my dream. But there was no banging. But I could see the shadow of someone just standing there. It was illuminated, close to the door. I remember instantly thinking it was Lucy and everything my friend had told me. I started to beg for forgiveness from Lucy. I was so scared. I started to say how I'd be a good girl. I'd listen to my mother. I wouldn't lie. I'd always pray, etc. Eventually, the shadow just left. I'd sometimes hear movement behind the door or in my closet. I had no pets or anything that could make the sound, but it doesn't really spook me. And as I started to grow, I stopped minding all of these things altogether, and the thought of Lucy ever being real or that dream ever being anything but a nightmare faded. Fast forward to a few years later, last year. I'm a senior in college, age 17. One night, my mom and I were watching a movie in my room, and we dozed off. She frantically woke up and shook me awake, telling me something had bitten her on her feet. I tried to examine her feet for any sign of bite marks, but I saw nothing. She then started to feel numbness on the left side, and she told me it felt like paralysis. So I called my brothers, and we took her straight to the ER. After taking her vitals at the ER, the doctors said she was having a stroke due to hypertension. Now, this wasn't anything unusual, as my mom did have high blood pressure and was on meds. But when we asked the doctors why she would feel like a snake had bitten her foot, they had no explanation. All they said was, if she hadn't woken up that night in her sleep, she would have probably gotten full paralysis or would have died. My mom then told me a few months later that something had tried to wake her up by touching her feet. So she assumed it was one of my little brothers and didn't mind. Then that's when she felt the snake bite that woke her up. My mom and I do believe in the paranormal, jinns, and at first, she told me she believed it was probably a bad jinn that had attacked her. But since there was already a logical explanation as to why she had the hypertensive attack in the first place, we came to realize that whatever it was that had tried to wake her up was probably trying to save her life. She also admitted she'd skipped one of her doses when she noticed her blood pressure was getting a bit low. I don't know if this is at all connected to Lucy, but I feel whatever it was that was in that room that scared me into being a good girl wasn't entirely evil. I believe it saved my mother. But what do you think? This all happened a couple of years ago. To give a bit of background, I, a female, own a holiday house out of the country that I look forward to every summer. I go for weeks to months on end, and I love it. The only issue is it is slightly isolated. The closest neighbors are about a 20-minute walk, and they're the only people on my street or near me. I want to add that this house is over 100 years old, as it's a small cottage and it's been passed through my family for generations. The neighbors are farmers, so they're not usually home. This all went down one Tuesday morning. I was baking with the door open to let the fresh air in as it was sunny outside, and we don't normally get that in Ireland. A knock on the door jolted me up from my daydream-like state. A somewhat raspy voice called out, "Hello, dearie." I was taken aback. I shot around to see a small old lady at my door. Her short gray hair twinkled in the sun. I said hello and asked what she needed. She claimed she didn't want to interrupt me and asked if it was an okay time. I replied, of course, but emphasized again on what she was doing now, practically standing in our kitchen. She asked, did we know Mary? I said, no, I've never met somebody named Mary, surprisingly. She said that was all right, and left. I only realized as she walked out the door that she might have been lost or needed a lift home, as the road isn't safe due to the tractors. In our house, you have to go left and then straight after you head out the door to get to the wall and the gate. The wall is quite small, so anybody can hop it or sit on it. I ran out the door after her to see nothing. There was no electric cars at the time, so she couldn't have been using that. I have a very clear view of up and down the road for many, many miles, and I can't see her. It was like she just disappeared. This story still freaks me out to this day. I only realized today that the very original owner of the house's name is Mary. I hope she rests well, knowing that there's a family that loves her house as much as she did. Recently, I've been reminiscing on my paranormal experiences, and I thought I'd share one. I'm pretty sure the last house I lived in was haunted, and here's why. Up until last year, I was living in a shared house with my longtime friend. We've known each other since high school, and because of a few fortunate events, we ended up living together in a couple of places. The house we lived in at the time was getting too small for us, and that's how we found our new place that I solemnly believe to this day was haunted. At the beginning of summer 2020, we both agreed it was time to search for a new place, somewhere that was more convenient and spacious, and when the time was right, I found a Facebook ad for a beautiful grade 2 building listed right in the middle of our town center. The place was super spacious, had more room than we could have asked for, tall ceilings and old sash windows with a beautiful view of the town center. I love anything old and antique, so I instantly fell in love with it. When we first went to view it, it was full of light, warmth. It felt inviting. So we made our decision pretty fast, and after a couple of days of back and forth with the landlords, we completed necessary paperwork and started packing, and a month later, we were moving. On the day that we moved, we noticed one big difference. The place was very dark and cold, and nothing like it felt like the first time we saw it. We were still in the middle of summer, but inside was around 6 degrees Celsius, which was baffling. I've visited many old buildings in my time, but I've never felt cold radiating off the walls like that. There was also a very thick wall between mine and my friend's bedroom, which, no matter how hard we knocked on it, we couldn't hear each other. It was the end of June, and we both had 2 electric heaters going for most of the day, but to no avail. The heat just wouldn't stay. Our first night was cold and pretty much sleepless. because every time I felt myself drifting off, a noise would wake me up and I couldn't settle. It wasn't anything in particular, more like ordinary house creaking noises we're all very used to, but the frequency of them was off. It was as if the house wouldn't let me fall asleep. I didn't question it as much as I should have, maybe, because I was naturally anxious for my first night in a new place, so I didn't expect much sleep anyway. But there's an old saying in my family that the first dream you have in your new house is very important, as it will tell you if the place is good for you and if you'll have good fortune living there. Once I finally managed to get some sleep and basically fell into what I call a mini coma, I remember being chased through the house by a tall, dark shadow figure, and that definitely wasn't a good sign. Throughout our first week, we finally managed to get used to the noises and had a full night of sleep. I don't remember having any dreams after that. It all felt kind of blank, as if I didn't dream at all. But sooner rather than later, new things began happening, and there were always issues with the construction of the building. Strange, pungent-smelling leaks. They would appear out of nowhere, even when we were going through a heat wave, which, in the part of the UK that we live in, would get very dry. We'd get frequent power cuts, with no other buildings being affected. Just us. It was common knowledge among our family and friends that there was always something going on with our building, and it felt like the house just didn't want to be lived in. Contractors would come out to fix the constantly leaking roof, but a couple of days later, it would come back, stronger, without a single drop of rain outside. The landlords were tired and baffled by constant small disasters we would call them about. And as I'm writing this, they sold the building about 3 months ago. I'm guessing things haven't changed much and they simply had enough. I remember one particular night when it felt like things reached a completely new level. And it wasn't just about small, confusing repairs. It was about to get very paranormal and very personal. I had just come back home from work and was unpacking some groceries I bought on my way back. The kitchen was never my favorite place in the building. It always felt uneasy there, alone, especially when I had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Our toilet and our shower room were separate and had small vestibules and some utilities and storage. The fridge stood right next to one, which led to the shower, so I could always see into it with the corner of my eye. I nearly finished putting things away in the fridge when I caught a glimpse of something, and I instantly froze. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark, tall figure just standing there. But when I looked again, it was gone. It looked exactly like the shadow figure from my dream, the only dream I'd ever had since moving there. An overwhelming sense of dread crawled up my spine, and I darted out of there as fast as I could. The place looked empty, but I could feel 1,000 eyes watching me from every direction. My love for the paranormal and occult has taught me that this particular feeling is probably the worst sign of an evil entity being present. Apparitions aren't as dangerous, even though they seem like it at first, but a feeling of being watched, as if something's hovering above you, with their claws stretched out, just waiting to pull you in, is a very, very bad sign. And it most likely isn't your grandma visiting from the afterlife. A few days later, I told my friend about what happened, and she said she experienced something similar while taking a shower a couple of nights back. It's as if the same tall, dark shadow figure hovered in the corner of the shower room, just below the attic flap. She hated that flap since we moved in, and always mentioned that it felt off, like something was up there, and could come out at any time. For the next few weeks, we would watch the house closely and tell each other if we'd find anything suspicious. We didn't see the figure again, but an overwhelming sense of dread and fear had started to spread across the whole house, making us question what the hell was going on. Were we really dealing with something supernatural? The building was very old, probably at least 70 to 100 years old. And it was possible that it would hold a lot of energy from its previous owners. So many different stories and scenarios had played out in these walls. Not all of them could be good. Most of them probably weren't. I tried to research about the history of it, but I didn't have much luck, except for finding that the building was used as a moot hall, which was a meeting hall for town's residents back in the early days. So, things didn't look great. The building would pull tricks on us more often, and one night, I watched my ceiling nearly split in half as the plaster cracked all the way across my bedroom. Apparently, it wasn't anything dangerous, but it certainly didn't feel like it at the time when I laid in my bed and watched the whole thing happen. My friend and I both began entertaining the thought of moving somewhere else, even though the original plan was to stay there for a few years. The atmosphere was becoming unbearable, and so we'd made a choice, or rather, it was made for us during our last power cut. That was our breaking point. It was around midnight when the lights went off, and we met at the landing with our tiny emergency flashlight that we would use to check the fuse box. Most often than not, the fuses were okay, but we always checked anyways because the thought of having to sit in the dark, not knowing what's next, was way too disturbing, especially at the time. We went down 2 flights of stairs to get to the awkwardly fitted fuse box right below our tall ceiling, and we began investigating when my friend's shoulder got pulled back, as if someone was trying to grab her. We both screamed, and we ran back to my bedroom, where we hoped and waited for the power to come back. It was probably the longest 2.5 hours of my life. We didn't wait long before applying for a new house, but every new place we found just wouldn't happen. There was always a different reason, like the paperwork issues or other applicants got ahead of us, etc., etc. I eventually moved back in with my parents to save up for my own place because the chances of us getting anything looked more bleak with each week, and we didn't want to stay in that house any longer. And that's how I left that house. Sometimes, when I visit the town center, I walk by the building and I feel the same sense of dread from before, as if something or someone is staring down at me, wanting to reach out and pull me back in to finish what it started. And time to time still, I get the same dream I had the first night we moved in there, but I always manage to get away. I wonder what the new residents have to deal with, and if they're okay. My hometown is prime paranormal investigator real estate. It's literally the only good thing about it. We have haunted ghost tours, and we make a big deal out of anything that brings in more tourist money. Haunted antebellum homes, restaurants, cemeteries. That's just a few of our attractions. Growing up there, it's hard not to take an interest in ghost stories at some point. One of my closer friends, let's call her Meg, lives in one of the haunted antebellum homes. She had several first-hand experiences, but I'm mostly gonna focus on my own. The nursery. The nursery has a story unto itself. No one has used it since the family living there before the Civil War. The furniture is in exactly the same spot as the last day it was used. The father was an army major, but he retired after some Indians put an arrow in him. When he got home, he learned his son had died from scarlet fever, and it broke the man. He started spending all of his time at home and began farming. Eventually, they had a new baby. A nanny slept in the nursery because back then, they didn't have baby monitors. So there was still a second bed in Meg's room, because the father also slept in the baby's room for the first month. He would have stayed longer, but it caused problems in his marriage. The servants started to gossip, and that's about as bad as it gets for a woman during that time. Ultimately, the husband conceded and moved back into the master suite. A few mornings later, the nanny burst into their room, frantic, screaming. The baby had passed in the night. The mother, still in shock, accused her of murder. And of course, the nanny denied the accusation, but it didn't matter. The father lost his grip on reality and beat the nanny to death. Her husband committed suicide that same night. Sometimes, Meg hears a baby crying at night. Every now and then, if the sounds last more than a couple minutes, footsteps will walk to the crib. Then, the crying stops, and the steps seem to begin pacing, like someone is picking up the baby and walking with it. Normally, the nursery doors stay closed, and no one goes inside. But I did sleep in there once. I didn't expect anything to actually happen, but it really freaked Meg out when I touched the crib. She thought I would piss off the spirits. I sat with my back against the wall on the bed, opened both of the doors wide, and settled in for the night. I played on my phone for an hour or two without incident, but that's when the door on my right swung closed. It surprised me. They were heavy doors, and I yelped a little bit. I thought I would hear Meg if she tried to sneak up on me. You honestly can't take 3 steps in that house without floors creaking. Still, I didn't hesitate. I ran down the hall hoping to catch her, but there were no retreating footsteps. No, nothing. The hallway on that side extended both ways. I ran the shortest path to Meg's room, sure that I would run into her any moment, but I made it to her open door without trouble. When I looked in, Meg was sound asleep. Well, I wasn't sure she was asleep, but she looked damn convincing. I was sure she would deny it if I played the game of waking her up, so I retreated. I sat in my original position and replayed the events, assuming she did sneak into the doorway, reaching her arm inside and pulled the door closed, straight in front of me with the lights on, making no sound. Then, how did she get back to her room? What else could make the door close? AC kicking on? No, it stayed off in that part of the house. Likewise, no open windows or anything else to contribute to an air draft. It had sat perfectly still up until the point of it closing. I tried to recreate the event, but I couldn't make the door shut at all, not to latch. Finally, I accepted defeat and went to bed, too tired to care anymore. I was deep in a dream. I really didn't want it to end, when the sound of a crying baby leaked in. Have you ever had the sound of something in the real world seep into your dream? Creates a confusing moment of both coexisting before you realize, oh, this is a dream, but that noise isn't. That's what happened to me. It took longer than usual to understand because there's no baby in my life, nor Meg's. There's no reason for me to immediately think it was part of real life. But then I heard soft footsteps right next to me and a light whisper of shh, 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 shh. And that's when I remembered where I was sleeping. My eyes shot open, and for one instant, I saw a dark figure standing over me. But as my vision focused, there was nothing there. Everything was silent for a fraction of a second, and my heart was just beginning to slow when both of the doors suddenly slammed shut simultaneously. I didn't wait to see what else would happen. I grabbed my pillow, ran to a different guest room, and though I never quite fell asleep, I didn't experience anything else either. Just after turning 21, I moved out of the college dorms and into my own apartment. It was new construction, and I was living alone. I had just started settling in, but something already felt weird. While sleeping in my bedroom, I'd hear noises from the living room, or the bathroom door would open and close. I'm a chicken, so I just keep my eyes shut and go to sleep. I once went on a week-long trip and returned to my apartment being completely flooded. At the time, I chalked it up to the window being left open during the storm. I stayed with a friend after cleaning up, and when I came back 3 days later, I found massive handprints on my mirrors and walls. I am 5'2", and my hands are tiny. I can't even reach that high. I was spooked. A couple of months later, things began to escalate. I'd be sweeping the bedroom floor and notice somebody walking in the living room. Or I'd be talking with friends and they'd hear someone enter the apartment when nobody was there. One day, the security guard got a friendly puppy that loved me when I saw him downstairs. But even though he regularly entered other apartments, he refused to enter mine. When I picked him up and brought him inside, he began to shiver and cry. I immediately put him outside, and he calmed down right away. I bought plants, but they died. Eventually, I moved out, but I never understood what was happening in that apartment. So this took place years ago when I was in primary school. I was maybe 7, 8, or 9 at the time. I'd just gone to bed along with my mom because I had school in the morning. To explain my house quickly, my bedroom was next to the kitchen and the bathroom. There was an archway to my favorite room, the lounge room, or my room, because I was always there. My mom was always in the kitchen. There were 2 doors in the lounge. One was the entrance, and the other was to my mom's room, where she would sometimes hit the hay on Fridays because she was so tired from the week. My mom had gone to sleep in her room, but I was still active and full of energy, so little me decided to get my energy out by mucking around in the kitchen for a bit, but remaining quiet to not get caught by my mom. In the kitchen, there was an LED tube hanging up because of my fear of the dark, and this allowed me to see a lot despite it being in the kitchen, and it wasn't pitch black that night. I could clearly see into the lounge. I mucked around in the kitchen, chuckling to myself, and little me decided to do a spin. The world spun around me so fast, until I spotted something in the lounge room entrance through my blurred sight. I stopped, and I looked at the lounge. I saw a tall, thin, dark figure next to my mom's room. I thought it was my mom, and I felt like I'd been caught and she was going to tell me to go to bed, but it just stood there. I whispered, "Mom?" It stood there for a couple of seconds and then entered my mom's room, slowly. Curious little me followed suit when it was fully in my mom's room, and here's where things got a little freaky for me. My mom was in her bed, snoring. And I knew at that age, if Mom was snoring, she was fast asleep. In my mind, I went, if Mom's fast asleep, who was in the lounge and entered her room? I then decided to go back to bed, and I fell asleep with that figure on my mind. I never told my mom about this until I was in high school, and all she said was, weird. Although it's rare, When I spin around fast, I see something black retreat behind a wall when no one was even there. And this only started happening when I saw that figure. Was it my mind playing tricks on me? It didn't seem like the case at all. Sometimes I think I saw the shadow of an entity or a deceased person that entered my home for who knows what. Or it could have been something else, like the devil, as 12-year-old me thought. It remains a mystery, but I'll never forget that long, thin, eyeless figure who lurked into my mom's room, even though it was spotted by a child.